Are we online? Appears that way. Put some headphones on. So, yesterday, spent way too much time looking into CSS Grid. And, I don't know, this is garbage. It's testing some things. And it's kind of cool. I think in a lot of ways, Flex and Grid can do similar things depending on how you nest it. And there's a lot of like little caveats to all these little properties. It's such a shit show. It's like Figma's layout model, while it doesn't work on the web, it's just hug, fixed, or fill. It's just so much easier. I wish somebody would make a simpler web layout system, because this Flexbox, all the properties are just so confusing. It's like they literally couldn't have made it more confusing. And, well, as I was thinking about it, I was like, well, my site kind of works. Why do I need to redo it? I probably should have used Grid, but I used Flexbox, but I got it working, and so why reinvent the wheel? So I don't know. The padding here, it's like when it gets bigger, it should be bigger. Like that feels right, but as it gets smaller, it might be too much spacing. I mean, around the list, it actually works, but I don't know. I'll have to play with that. Let me add another. Well, I don't know. I think maybe I just need to like post this shit somewhere and see if anyone can. Maybe I pay some Upwork peeps to try and clone it and set it up, just to see, a smoke test, see if it works. I mean, it should work. But like, then I think, well, it's not quite clean enough. There's so many little things that I would redo, and so there's just like lots of little fragments that some of them do stuff and some of them don't. And I think I broke one of these pages. I noticed it's this one. Oh no, I changed it. I think the live site just has an older version that broke. Anyway, well, so there's lots of little like kind of maintenance things I could try and work on. Unfortunately, my brain power is just ever dwindling, and so it's like not sure any of this is worth it, as usual. But I spent so much fucking time now. It's like why is it getting harder? It's like it could just be that I'm getting older and less interested, and I'm also like forcing myself to try and stay focused. And before I would use, I'd try and get interested in something and then use that kind of as motivation to tackle some often new shiny project. And so now that I'm trying to like focus down and just knock out, a lot of loose ends. It's a lot of like chores. It's like shit I don't actually want to do. Not 100% sure exactly all the things I mean, there's so many things I could do. Now the framework thing, this framework site that I have set up is pretty damn simple. It does have this framework and all of its complexity, but it does have like the server, kind of whittled the server down to pretty bare bones. Yeah, I mean, I don't even remember writing most of this, but I think most of it works. Now, getting it to like work well is a whole nother question, and Um, it's like, I don't know if trying to find people on Upwork is the best. I kind of think they're all bots anyway. Like, most of them just use AI, and so they're not really doing anything that the AI couldn't do. Now, just having them participate to clone the repo, give it a star, just kind of like basic. Well, maybe even send me a pull request just so I can get that workflow down. That would be kind of cool. But I mean, I really need to find people who might be interested in helping me build it out, and that I think is going to be nearly impossible from past experience. Like, people don't care. I got to basically build it all myself, and I don't have the power to do that. So this game is fucked. It's been a big old waste of time. Baited me into it. Made me think that, I could do something with my life, and spent all this time going down a path where they just kind of slowly pull the chair, little by little, like as you get closer to climbing the mountain, they just make it impossible. So, at least by yourself anyway. And I don't know, man. I mean, maybe I could get some help from somebody, but well, so how do I kind of resolve this framework site with... Well, the framework site should be live, right? Like, isn't it? This one / framework site. So it's supposed to throw the 404. I think I just need an update. Let's see if we can get this thing pushed up, and made a lot of friggin' changes, I think, since the last update. So let's stop the server, check the status. Looks like the framework is modified. CD docs framework, git status. Yeah, alright, I think that should trigger the rebuild. And then thinking about moving all the stuff over to this Lu42 organization. Not sure how I feel about that. I capitalized the L. Looks like this URL. Anyway, I don't know about capitals and URLs. I think the browser will keep it in a path, but it nullifies it in the domain name. So like the Lu42, this is like, the L that I capitalized, but it won't keep that capital in the domain name or subdomain. I think the browser is doing this redirect because it doesn't seem like the network was. Like the server could be configured to do it, but I think the browser just automatically does that, which is interesting. But all right, so something's pending here. I think this is the build. So now the framework site should work. No, let's see, app.js. Did I remove the... I should have the whole base thing. I think I might have... yeah, so I'm going to have to hard code it here unless I put it into the loader. But like, I need to hard code a URL at some point, so there's no sense in like kicking this can. I think we're just going to do this for now, and we can get rid of this because we're doing it dynamically. Now config here, or settings rather, where's settings? Yep, I think we're going to try this out just to see how that works. Now we got to commit everything. I don't think I changed the framework. Takes forever to test these changes. And I mean, this is just one of the huge drawbacks with GitHub pages. It's like you got this 404 nonsense, you got these subpaths that, you know, are kind of handy, but like, honestly, like a subdomains, how does subdomains work? How do subdomains work? Does the entire subdomain become a string that you can split? I think it'll figure out what I mean. Second level domain, maybe register subdomain, third level domain, domain you create under your second level domain. Yeah, so I would call that, yeah, subdomain. It's the, and then a subdomain for the main domain you create under the API subdomain DNS. When a browser tries to reach this one, the DNS process works like this. Ask this for the IP address of the entire string. The resolver starts at the root servers. So I think you might be able to create DNS records to route them, but if you wanted to create like essentially like subsites where the whole root process is like, it's such a confusing part of web development. It's like kind of handy, but also just gets in the way, because if you wanted to ever move stuff around, then the way the site is configured just means that like, sort of means every kind of self-contained document or widget or page or post or comment even, it's like the whole thing needs to have its own root essentially. Otherwise, if it's using any kind of relative path that might change, I don't know. Resolver starts with the root servers. I think basically it just becomes a string. And so you could use routing on a server to essentially just treat it sort of like a path, but I also think that each subdomain, well, the whole domain kind of becomes like a unique domain for all the things like local storage or sessions or cookies. Not sure about cookies. Maybe cookies are for top level domain. Cookies per TLD or unique for all subdomains. Cookies are not automatically unique for all subdomains. For the entire what? A host only cookie? Huh. Crazy. So you can scope your cookies essentially. Oh, well, when I said TLD, I meant like not the .com or .org, but this is what I meant as the top level domain, this whole thing. But yeah, so it seems like you could specify it, but man, that's just getting a little complicated. Do we get this update here? Alright, the directory needs to have the base. That's fucking stupid, but alright, framework, ext, directory. Well, and then I gotta build in all the paths with the base. and like conditionally with the base, and that just makes it fucked because, well, this is essentially the base, right? Let's see, how does this work in this app? It's now in Loop 42. Yeah, so we use the base as like either /base/ or just /, and then we can just do URLs like this, and it works with either one. So I think that'll work. We know we do pass in the app to the directory that gets assigned. So now we should have app.base, and we just copy it over to this .base, but it's probably just easy to do app.base. And then is the whole matching process gonna be? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, so this is just no matching needed. Fuck, man. This whole active path thing is now way more complicated because of, I think I just need to abandon the subsite thing, and then I just do focus on having a root domain. I just don't feel like copying this shit all over, or like muddying up the entire system. It's like all the paths. So basically I would just chunk, if there's a base, then I just chunk that base off. I have to remove the slashes on it because, you know, I've now added slashes to the base, and then chunk that off of the parts, essentially. Why doesn't this go up here? It's the same thing. I don't know. Maybe just because you don't always need to do it, but we're just going to do this here. Then we get rid of this one. Let's make sure that we're not breaking this as we go. I believe this is updating in real time. Shut down the server. No server. What the fit? Yeah, I changed the name of the server config. What's this server config? I changed it to settings. Doc settings. So I think we just want to pass in all the settings. And then hopefully that doesn't break or whatever, but I think that's what we want. Let's give it a go. Alright, reload. Problems. Alright, so should I just forget the goddamn subpath thing for now? It's like, it just makes it so much more complicated. So I do have this site that I can use, loop42.github.io. One repo. I mean, don't really need all these settings, right? It's fucked. So yeah, I think I'm leaning towards the big trade-off is if somebody's already got a GitHub page set up, then they're not going to be able to quickly clone the repo and set it up. The whole idea with that setting was that if you wanted to install it at subpath, well, like if you already had a website at your root GitHub page and you wanted to install it at a subpath, that you could do that. And I still think I could get it working. It's just I'm not sure if it's worth it. All right, let's take a quick stab at it. What was the problem here? The directory is not using the base. Also, why is this not loading? It's because the app. Am I gonna put this in the core framework now? This whole base bullshit? Because this loader now needs to use a different base. I think this has a slash under that location. That path name is /. So something like this dot base. But shouldn't it just work? Yeah, I don't think I actually have to add this here. That's a good call. This just needs to be like this. Okay. And so now the directory is going to barf, and it's because it doesn't know what to do. And yeah, the whole matching, the whole process is just going to be a fucking ton of work, I think. Do we use the path name in any of this? I don't think so, actually. So maybe it's not going to be so hard. Yeah, let's do if this.url and if this.base, well, if this.app.base, and this.url equals this.app.base plus directory.json else this.url equals /directory.json. It's this bit right here. Boom. Okay. But the matchy worked. So the URLs didn't. Yeah, I mean the URLs are off, and that's why it's sort of matching, but not really. We try and fix the URLs first, but did I make these links yet? I meant to make them all links, but I think I hadn't because it fucked up the thing. God, this is so messy. Yeah, no, that's a click, not a link. Where is the actual? Yeah, I mean, these class names are kind of fucked. But, whatever. Yeah, so this should be an anchor, not a div, but it's going to break if I change it. I think maybe I'm just going to fix the URL. So, I think this would be this.base. No, this.app.base. Alright, let's go back and then boom. Alright, so framework site, framework page.js, framework site, framework page.js. Why wouldn't that work? And why isn't this working? Are we trying to load the... No, it should be that one. So, which app should? I think for now I'm just going to climb up to the root and then find the app. Yep. So, yeah, the framework's not being matched properly because and do we need to filter the files? It seems to find the right files. God, this is where it gets so crazy because, like, this is now like the home page for the site. What is the directory even? Yes. No, it's just listing. Seems to be listing just the docs. That's right, right? I think that's right. Oh my gourd. Alright, I think just getting the matching to work is kind of the next step. And I don't know. So yeah, it's like putting all this base bullshit all over the place is kind of annoying. I think I got that to work there, and then this one. So this just becomes this app.base. All right, and then the matching needs to be. I think we just chop off if this app.base. I think we need to do length is greater than 1, basically. Then let's maybe I can just chop it off. We can assume that it's just, what was the slice, I think, parts slice 1. Parts slice 1. Now, I think I need to say parts. Let parts, and then parts equals parts dot slice 1. I think maybe shift would have done the job here, but basically, boom, now it matches. Core, boom. Is there no core page? And so a lot of these pages are importing the root app, which is just kind of a huge pain in the butt because now for this one, we gotta now climb to. So yeah, adjusting the whole friggin' framework to use relative paths to the root that then vary based on whether. That's just, how can I avoid that? I mean, I could use this app, but on a framework page, do we really want to use a different app? It's like the whole site is configured with this one. However, the framework is, I mean, maybe the default app does use the Lu42 and then we could just import the framework app unless we need to extend it. But then you get into the problem of maybe having 2 apps if the, I mean, which shouldn't necessarily be a problem. I kind of want to work towards maybe having the ability to have 2 apps, but if each app is setting up its own like shell and loading its own page and whatnot, then right now I think loading 2 apps is going to be not possible. So, god damn it, man, this is too stupid for. I mean, it's just a really bad system. The whole fucking bit. I mean, it's just a really bad system. Fries my fucking brain just trying to think about all the different options and how it could work and how it should work. And okay, let's think this through. The problem is I don't. It's we're having a problem finding the right app. In most of my files, like these pages, I use slash app just because it was easy, and it's like has all the things, renders the nav and everything, and so it's like just an easy way to make a page real quick. Now, it was a little bit. I was a little uneasy about it because in the framework, which is going to be normally at inside a path, like going to the root kind of climbs out of the framework just by the nature of how I have this file system organized. And so by doing that, you're using like an external dependency inside the framework. And so I never really felt great about that. However, I don't know, could I make like a simple app that doesn't, well, that could work within the bigger app? Sort of more like a page wrapper or something, but it's kind of like, I don't know, just instead of importing this app, I could import a relative app, like climb up one level and then get the framework app. But that's like, again, with the way the app works, it does render shit. It tries to import a page. So why do we need it to be an app? Well, for one, I mean, we could just import all the things from the app class file instead of like an actual instance of an app. The problem is it then like getting the capturing set up properly is going to be, well, so this is core. So how about this directory slash app.js? We're not going to have an instance. I think, so we're not going to be able to do this. Yeah, it looks like it might work generally, but we're just not going to have so the way it's currently working is that the server uses a fallback so that it doesn't find an index. It loads, in this case it's sending the 404. It should, right? Shouldn't this be 404ing? Network, framework. Where's the actual page here? It's none of these. What the hell, man? Framework slash core. It's this one. I don't know why this is just core, but I guess that's it. And it's not 404ing. Why not? What does this response look like? I thought you could click on these. Where's the like isn't there a preview tab for this shit? What the fuck, man? What am I missing here? No, in the network tab, oh, there we go. That was weird. Why was it not? Anyway, response headers. Yeah, it does say 20. What is 203? I think this is it. What is? Oh, content length. 200. Okay, so it doesn't 404, but like, shouldn't it? Why am I getting confused on this? Let's go back to the framework site. I think maybe I'm just not serving the right error code. It's serving the 404. I'm just not serving the right error code in the server. So I could instead of send file, I could res.status 404. Let's see if that works. Just to be more consistent with. I'm not sure if this is gonna work. Yeah, it'll work. Okay, so let's get my nav back to the framework core page. All right, so we're getting the 404 that I was expecting, at least on the. That's how GitHub Pages works, nice and clean and everything. So the problem with this is that we don't have access to the app. Also, what I was trying to think through the whole load order, because this 404s, it essentially is serving I believe it's sending the 404 for the it is for the full URL, right? Yeah. Yeah, it's responding to 404 for the full URL. It's not doing any like routing server side. And then once the page, the 404 gets hooked in, or it loads the framework's root path, has to be hard coded to this app. So even inside the framework pages, the app is loading just by nature of the fallback system. So maybe it's unavoidable that I'm loading this app. But the question is how do I get the maybe I just hard code the path to the root app for now. It's not a good way to do it, but so this is core. We climb out to the framework folder, then we climb up again to the root folder, and then we find the app. And then we can add the padding. Boom. So yeah, kind of stupid, but well, so I didn't want to have to adjust all of the paths, but I guess it's just for these. Well, this one's going to need one more level. Dot dot. Well, so this one would be in the core folder, then dot dot into the framework folder, then dot dot to the root, and then app.js. Let's see if that works. Okay. We can do dot dot root dot AC. Let's just do a page. Get that page look. And then add something like this. This is kind of my old setup, but I'm just trying to fix these things. So we don't have pages here. I'm just probably delete this, but let's copy it from here. No, from here. Copy, page, paste, and then app, page. We're gonna do the same thing, and then this is going to be climb up to the core folder, climb up to the framework folder, then go into ext. I think. I'm not even using that. Let's just get rid of it then. Yeah, on these pages, they're not actually part of the framework. You know, they only get loaded when you're browsing the framework, so I don't think it's as big of a deal. But definitely kind of wonky. Don't have a page there. Should rename this to page. This one should probably have the same path as this one. This is kind of at the same level. I mean, importing subpages, and right now the directory is kind of doing all that. App. Why don't I have an app part of this page import? This is for the core? Yeah, I think I got rid of it. Core. Okay. And then UX app dot root dot ac page, and then h1 quote framework UX. And the core, let's add page class to make it kind of jive with the rest of these. All right. Yeah, I don't know what this Explorer is. Looks like I didn't even build it out. Looks like I should probably just delete it. Don't have tabs in here either, which I probably should. Should probably move. Didn't I have tabs in here? No, it's just. Oh, I had them at. It's probably somewhere else. Okay, so kind of getting that squared away. Yeah, not really going to deal with these right now. But the links, or the activation, I tried to switch to links, didn't I? Isn't that what's going on here? Yeah. Well, I could try and figure that out. So these are the file and the directory, framework, extension directory. I'm rendering the file as a element, and we also need to do the same for this. So it's going to be L.C. Anchor, and the class is going to be I think it's just going to be like well, maybe we don't need a class actually. We just use the dir class, and then I think we want now attribute href to be. We don't want that. We want. Hopefully this works. This plus this. Okay, too many. Get rid of this. Okay, that looks like it could work. It's gonna break everything. Yeah. So why does that one has this? Adding a class name that is the directory name. Oh, I'm adding the class that's the name instead of the there. I think that's okay. And then so we want the directory CSS. God, what a mess. It's these guys here. Dir bar a display block. It does have class of name, which is fine. In fact, sort of. weird styling going on here. I should probably revisit how these are all laid out, but all right, so I don't think there is a file bar. I think the file is just children and then anchor links, and I think we want them. Let's try making all the directory anchor links display block. Directory A display block. Might backfire, but alright. And then also text declaration none, maybe? Boom. Only the one, and then font weight 500, I think. Boom. And then the visited color, I think we just want to set the back or the color to bar PG. Does that work? I can't tell. I think it's not working. This app page definitely needs app.root.ac page, and then how about an h1 class app. Don't even know what the heck's going on there. What the hell? Why is this broken? Do these not get captured properly? What the hell's going on here, man? Background, root, footer. Huh. This is weird. Very weird. I'm wondering if some of these just get added after, like, too late or something. Why would this footer is just like hovering here? And what is this? Why would the footer be hovering? Crazy. What the fuck, man? What is going on with this one? Adding all these class names, so it gets all this shit on here. I think it's a mistake to add all these as classes. Let's go into the test class. I don't think I actually need that. Render, render. Name, div, name. Yeah, we don't want this. I don't know why I thought that was a good idea. Okay. That fixes things for a minute. Not sure what was going on there. That was kind of crazy. But, alright, so these are looking alright. They're kind of big. Why is there so much space on them? Way too much space. So it's better. 25.5. I don't know why different. Maybe the line height is different or something. Definitely looks a little different than before, but whatever. Not gonna keep messing around with it. Yeah, these test blocks are kind of broken. There's a lot of broken shit, but it's kind of working. And I do think I wanted to try and bump this framework CSS. I'm probably going to just go back and forth and change this up and down and back and forth a million times, but just make that breathe a little bit more. And then push it back up. Directory should work now, I think. It seems to work on mine, right? Like, that's the idea. As long as it works on mine, it should work on GitHub. We're going to have to go docs framework, git status, git add, git commit, push, git add all, git commit, git push. Should be building that shit out as we speak. Refresh this. Building the page. Definitely don't love it, but I don't know. I mean, just to get the code into people's hands so that they could see that it works, should be literally just clone and go. In fact, I should be able to test this over here. Let's just duplicate this tab, switch over, add account. Can't I? How do I clone my own repo into an organization? I don't even know if you can, but it's this repo. I just want to fork it. Can I fork it with create new fork? But can I do it? Choose an owner. Boom. Boom. Let's just put it here for now. Create fork. So then I just go in here to settings, pages, branch, main, folder, docs, save, and I believe in actions here it should be building it, and then that one should be ready too. But let's head back over to the first one, give it the old refresh, and bam. It is more or less working. Yeah, I'm missing a period after that link there, but that's alright. Yeah, I mean, isn't it just way easier to like embed a Notion site into a page? So yeah, but I don't know, Notion's responsiveness was just terrible, and you don't have any control over it. So like at some point you're just gonna be like, wow, this is kind of cool, but it doesn't actually do what we want it to do, and so we should just build our own. And that's what I'm trying to do. So that works. Let's see if /framework site is up yet. Boom. So that's cool. And I should also, well, so right now the site is configured, it's hard coded to this framework site name. And so anyone should be able to fork the repo and then just configure it within a few clicks, and it just works. Then clone that repo to their desktop and modify it and run with it. So could I get, well, like I could make a little video that shows how to do it, and then kind of paste a link to the repo around to like introduce the thing. Not sure. I could try and put a video in the homepage, and the thing is that I wanted to keep this thing simple, and it's so quickly gotten out of hand that like I could literally just do without almost all of the things and only do like the view class, and I don't know, I'm not sure all this shit is necessary. But I mean, the directory thing is kind of cool. You can add pages a little bit faster and they show up automatically. Linking to them is a little bit of a pain in the butt. Where's my home page? You have to like manually link to them. Well, if you want to put a link on a page, if you just want to click on it on the sidebar. So for like, you know, roughing out quick examples, I think it's pretty sweet. And you can, you know, turn off the UI and turn off the padding even, and so this thing could just go, this is not the right one, but why is it not turned off the server? Yeah, so it could just go, basically the point is it could go full screen. Maybe I should keep the red underline. Is there a need to I could dim it or something. Or I could just fake a different one. Whoops. Let's refresh. Let's do damn it. I basically want this color up here, but then not this color, some darker. Yeah. I don't know. Whatever. Let's just refresh. Not worry about it. Let's add this back. Hopefully there's... Alright. So, I mean, putting one of those little editors on the page could be the right idea. Let's try that out. So, here's the home page. Yeah, there's just too many words on here. It's not really organized. The check marks look cool, but how do we do this? Well, we need the ext code editor. Import code. Wait, so doesn't the code editor attach itself to the code element? app. So I believe if we just go back to my page here, does Lu42 export? I would assume it's exporting the code. Do we import the code? Yep. We're not importing all the things though, and we need to. Let's go find the core app, find all the exports here. Don't really need. Wait, what? So it's really the view ones that I've added a couple to. Pre-code, okay. So all of these. Also, if app exports everything from view, I think we're going to get rid of base. We just don't want that. Events, whatever. App should be exported. But these are all the views. In fact, view gets exported from view, so we don't need those. We don't need these. Icon gets exported. Oh, is should be exported. Is it in view? It is exported from here. Forget this base. So, yeah, we could, rather than re-exporting, just mix that. I don't know if we really want the test, but I'm gonna leave it just so I don't break shit. And then Lu42 should just pass all those along. So I believe in the app here. No, it's this app. Export all from. So we're passing them all along, which is kind of cool actually. So just makes them all available for import optionally without much extra work. And then here is where we need to bring them all in. LDiv P, H1, H2, H3, style, pre, and code. And then the code is not going to have code editor. We need to say import from code editor. Whoops, from. We need framework, ext, I believe once we do that, unexpected string, import, oh, we don't need from, just import. Import the code editor, and then I can name the my page thing page TPL, rename page TPL, or just rename template. Or page template. And then page template. You just say copy the page template directory to create a new page. because the code editor needs all the things. It would help if we put code.js. We need like h1, h2, h3, and p. Maybe style and 3. Maybe even code. All right. That's kind of weird. Whoa. Bobbles around a bit. Could kind of avoid that by adjusting some shit, but it's actually not terrible. So, so let's change this code for a minute. Page, I think it's this one. Yeah, all these page.js files are kind of confusing because it's not entirely clear what's where, whatever. Maybe we put a line in between. Let's should be able to put can I put backticks? I think I can escape them, right? Let's see. There's a can we have? I think. Fucker. It's blowing my mind. I'm not sure if this is gonna work properly, but let's see. What? Probably just broke it. I think we just need a quote here. No, the quote needs to go here. No? Alright, let me make this work first and then that should work, right? Okay. And then should that work? No. Doesn't like the p.c intro part. Can Yeah, I mean, it's super confusing the way that I'm trying to do these formatted bits within the code editor, which means I have to use these backticks and like 3 sets of quotes and whatever. It just gets super confusing. Each element has a .c method. All right. Let's just say this paragraph has a existence class on it. Way simpler to let people figure it out. And then I don't know, it was on one of the other pages where I did something like this. Yeah, let's just copy this bit. Let me pull up that page so I don't have to redo all that page. Should work. This one right here. Just copy this whole thing. Come back over here and then change this to code.edit. Then we go back to this one. Yeah, the wrapping is a little meh, but maybe I should change it so that it just doesn't break. Let's see how hard that would be. Is this layout? I don't know if that's the best. Change the auto class to a layout class. Well, I could just remove it from the code editor. Let's see. Framework. Code editor. Let's just do this for now. Yeah, I mean, it's better to not make it wrap, I think, than have it side by side, and it's going to wrap on mobile, but maybe I just change this to shorten it up, and whoops, this one. Should I just get rid of this page? I don't know. I've gone back and forth on it. It's just really hard to tell which page is which. Now I got this extra app here. I think I might just get rid of this. This one's confusing. I don't think I'm using it. Let's try getting rid of it. Hopefully that doesn't break anything. Alright, so here, instead of this is, we're just going to say item plus I. All right. Yeah, I mean, this is kind of messy, and I think having some of this on the homepage isn't a bad idea. So like, this could work twofold. It's like, I could set up the repo with a link to, like a README with a link to the site. So you get to the repo page, then you can click on the link and go see it, which is always useful. I feel like this is a little cramped. Like, I don't know if putting some extra margin bottom here. Margin bottom 2M. Could just help it breathe. It's a lot, but and then didn't I make these bigger? Or is this is 2M? It's like it still needs to be more. Maybe, or maybe these blocks just need to have more. I think I just need to get it launched. Worry about making it perfect later. It's like all this shit is just kind of just holy fork, spaced way out. I mean, most of these frameworks have like very organized documentation. And mine is just kind of hacked together. But if I can't figure out how to make this thing work properly, look properly, get it organized, get the right links in the right place to make it like. And part of my thinking is like, this might be enough to get people interested, and then I could get some help with it, but I don't think most people are going to be interested in kind of plowing through the initial disorganization. Also, I'm not sure how easy it's going to be for me to accept pull requests if I don't like the changes, and so what if they make it worse? Am I going to be like, well, sorry, this is not any better, I'm not going to accept it, and then I lose, contributor, and so, yeah, I might need to just do it all myself. So some check boxes would work. No, not. God, why does it always do that? Intro. No bundlers. I think this one should naturally go here, and then I could just put all this code in here, home page. think using the backticks is a bad idea. Yeah, I mean, I'm just thinking like people who are used to their framework aren't going to necessarily be interested in trying to learn a new system. I think I'd be better off just teaching people from scratch that like want to build a website and don't want to learn all the bullshit. I mean the CSS and the typeset is pretty cool. I think people might see some benefit in that, and it is like early on. I mean, I think there's a lot of stuff that could be done, building different themes and nav structures and whatnot, fleshing out the whole file system, and I mean, I could create a new page button that copies the template. In fact, the template, maybe I change the name of the page template to a special name and then hide it from the nav and then have a button to add a new page. Wouldn't that be nice? It'd also be cool if you could, or if I could eval a page, like, I don't know if I'd fetch the JavaScript, the page.js JavaScript, instead of loading it, and then I could eval the code with the imports already present. So essentially you just wouldn't have to import the elements. It's kind of a hack, but one thing about it is that you could create these little text areas for pages, and then you could potentially not need a code editor. I mean, that is kind of the ideal that I, hoping to reach at some point, is that this could be self-contained and that you don't actually ever need a code editor. But I think for now, adding any kind of crazy features like that, I think I'll hold off on. Well, I could try and copy this in there. Let's see what happens if I just throw this in the backticks. I don't think that's going to work. We gotta escape these. And then escape these. Does that work now? So that second paragraph is quite a doozy, and kind of studying it to see what it's doing is, it's not terribly hard, but maybe I break that down and do that one later. Because it's just much harder to look at. I mean, and even this, I don't know. It's, I guess that's fine. Boom. Count to 100. Boom. Count to 1,000. And then count to 10. Should I put a YouTube video on here to kind of explain? Could go right here. Could just be a quick run through of how the thing is set up. Not a bad idea. So let's make a quick outline of what I would say. Alright, so framework overview. It's like page.js system definitely needs to be covered. This is basically app.load page. And app.loaders, like the whole app load system is kind of tricky, but works kind of cool. Then the view system, and then that's basically it. Maybe import meta files, GitHub pages, subsite, app.base, settings. So and then maybe some vision stuff like, whoa, create a fully contained website builder. Oh, so there's some like theory, like or guiding philosophy. NoDB only file system. WebSockets for real time. Yeah, so and part of this is like static compatible with local file dynamics. Generate shit locally and then commit. Sort of like static site generation, but a little bit more raw and so what else can we do here? Well, I mean, so what if I set all this up and I start posting it around and nobody says anything? I get no feedback. Well, I mean, I think that's kind of expected. I think even one or two people checking it out could be useful. I mean, the capturing system is kind of tricky, but could be completely optional. You just have to append everything manually. You could also create like more raw HTML type templates that just, well, whatever, I'll think about that later. GitHub CDN imports. No need for npm list import things from GitHub CDN. So I should probably maybe not try to get too deep, but I mean, if I could create some sort of like demo extension that you know, people could import from the GitHub CDN just to see that it works. Could I set up like my fly demo? That would be kind of cool. It's not like extendable, but I mean, it probably should be its own repo or something. I don't know. There's so many options of things that I could explore, but you know, it's like I don't have time to do them all, and whether it's worth it is part of the problem. Okay, so that's like static versus dynamic. I mean, like, I haven't really made great use of object-oriented, you know, extensions. The best example is like the Lou42 thing that extends the app. Are there any other... Well, in this draggable bit here, I tried to make base class with you know, additional parts to it. Well, like was it previewable, extends movable, movable extends draggable, and sortable extends movable. So previewable is kind of just a interim version that apparently is not working. Is this framework ext draggable page working? Failed to load it. Why? Did I just not? Draggable page.js is the right URL, site framework ext draggable. That's the right page. Why did it fail? Oh, it's because this one. Alright, so we go up to the ext, up to the framework, up to the app. It should. Why doesn't the app export app just to do that, and then draggable page app.root.ac page. Yeah, so I should probably explain the whole app.render app. Is it app? Is that what I called the root thingy? Core app render. Yep, app.app. So then anywhere you could just do app.app.hide and boom, the whole app hides, and show, boom. Very tangible framework here. You drag and drop shit, but that's not really, well, it needs work. So yeah, app.app, app.root, like various modifiers to quickly customize layout. Then we could talk about the nav state, which is kind of a silly little thing that, all right, so I mean, introducing the whole capturing process is, and shouldn't I rearrange the editor and the code so that it's better on mobile? Not really sure how that would look on mobile. Let's try it. Code editor, layout, and viewport. I think we just put this. Here. All right, it looks a little different, but maybe I should just make this white. Does that look better? It actually looks kind of sweet. A little easier on the eyes. Does this not have a drop shadow? Oh boy. Shouldn't I have a shadow class? Let's try that. Blue 42, 57. Let's take this, cut, shadow, and then add that to the sidebar. I think we override the render. Now it's in blue 42. Render, header has a shadow, and then logo breadcrumbs. Where's the sidebar left? Shadow. No left shadow, huh? Overflow hidden? Yeah. Maybe. Well, no, that doesn't seem to work even. I don't see it at all. Is the background? Maybe the left needs like a Z index of something more. Okay. Line 70, Lou 42 CSS. Line 70. This is Z index Is that good? It's kind of harsh. Kind of bright. Should we make it 05? Tone it down a little. Kind of like it stronger for the header. Which then means gotta just redo this bit. Whoops. Redo this up here and make it stronger. Alright. Is that right? This one is less. This one is more. Okay. Kind of messy, but it works. Alright, so yeah, I mean, creating a full tour of the framework is do we have a ext page? Ext, there is no page. New file, page.js. Can we get a similar bit to this one? And here, framework, ext, whatever, framework, ext. Perfect. Alright. Forget the UX one for now. Why does this jump? It's because these open up and then make the sidebar bigger, but I'm not worried about that right now. Ugh, why did that break? It's because we just don't have a background on it. Side nav is full. But shouldn't this be background white? Left is collapses. So my CSS before for this thing, I think this whole left panel should just open up to be full width. So I don't know why they're different heights. The side nav has a padding top. That's kind of wonky. Let's see, Lu42 145 ext, Lu42 CSS 145. Let's try putting this on the left. Menu open. What's this selector for this? It's like app main left. Does that work? Good enough for now. Okay, so code editor, fucking hell, man. Code editor, page, all these are going to need to be. What is the draggable pages thing here? Let's just get this bit, copy, code editor. App. Okay. All right, so this is a little confusing. I'm not really the best at figuring all this shit out, but just trying to get this thing launched, right? Okay, so pretty much works. I think I got a whole bunch of changes. What did I do here? Got a whole bunch of changes, but let's think through. Do I need to do anything else? The YouTube video. I was going to record a video, and I probably should record the whole clone or the fork bit because so if I have it already set up at framework site, it's not going to work so well. I think I should delete this repo settings. Danger zone. Delete this repo. Wait, what? Is this an email or is this my authenticator? I think this is the authenticator. It doesn't say, but let's try it. It just changed. Okay, it worked. All right, deleted. So should I have a README in here? I seem to have one. What should it say? Framework. README. Okay, so how do you do? Well, I'll link to the video here. So like, how to do markdown link. Oh my God, what did I do? Watch YouTube video. Let's see if we can just, okay, and then this will be Mike42. Let's put the HTTPS Mike42.github.io/framework site. I'm a fucking retard, huh? See it live. Steps to set up your own GitHub pages site. 1. Fork this repo. 2. Configure the repo for GitHub pages. Can we have 2A? Which is in the repo, go to settings, find pages, select deploy from branch main. I think asterisks are bold, right? Or is it double asterisks for bold? Maybe we do branch main. Alright, something like that. Okay, so let's get a... I'll have to stop streaming, I think, to record. Actually, maybe I can do it while I should be able to do it while I'm doing it. Do it while I'm doing it. If I open up... Let's see if I open up a new OBS instance. Launch anyway. It might have problems with my mic. No, the mic seems to be working. Big screen comes through. The webcam probably won't. Yeah, webcam is being hijacked by this one, but I don't need the webcam. Let's go HP. Let's go resize output. Hopefully that doesn't change it on my other one. Okay, it didn't. And so now we're recording this, my second monitor. And then I can set up this. Maybe even go full screen on that. 100% JavaScript. It's not though. There's like Markdown and other JSON, but it's mostly JavaScript. All right, so I could push these changes up real quick. Might as well do that. Where is my... I'm gonna have to push them up again though. Maybe I just say fuck it and record rather. I was gonna try and update the framework site README here with like whatever, but it's basically the same process, so it's just fork. I put it on my organization, but you can put it on your main account. Maybe I should explain real quick what we're going to try and do. So this is mike42.github.io slash framework site. Okay. Yeah, there's some updates to push, but this is basically it. And well, I could explain how this works real quick, just to show people that, you know, if you have a repo that's named this, that's like your root GitHub page, and then this one is going to be at a subpath. But I got it all set up properly so that it works, and it was a fucking nightmare. But I just want people to be able to follow this process without jeopardizing anything. So, essentially, docs is the publicly served GitHub repo. And alright, so I'm just going to record the whole forking and setting it up because I want people to see how quick and easy that is. And then I could potentially run through some code just to look at the structure of it. I don't use this anymore. I don't think I really even need this. It's just, easier. Seriously. Why did this barf? Alright. Cleaner is better. Okay, so running through the so in the README, okay, everything should work without needing to. However, if you want to edit anything, should all take about 2 minutes. Not all. This should take around 2 minutes. Git clone and npm install. Site should work without needing to clone locally. However, if you want to edit anything, you need to clone. One, git clone. What's the URL? Oh, I'm kind of doing this on the wrong screen. I'm going to leave this here just because whatever, but I should probably bring my code back over here just so what I'm streaming is a little bit more visible. Meh. Didn't want that. Alright, something like that. So it's this thing, and then this thing, and then now we do need to recurse submodules. I think maybe backticks are appropriate here. Node server.js. And then you can use it for using it without the base path, but you need to edit one, remove base property from subjects.js. To change for.html. app.js is app.js instead of site app.js. site. Clone as a repo. Any sense? Okay, so let's record this video. First explain what we're doing, and then fork the site real quick, and then talk a little bit about the framework. Well, or maybe I should talk about the framework first. I don't have the... Let's just do a quick update. It only takes a minute. cd docs framework. Add all push cd all push. A lot of commands to update this bit, but I think this is the setup I've decided to use with the submodule. It should be rebuilding now. Actions, we could duplicate this and kind of come back here, and then once we fork it or whatever, well, no, I probably don't need to show that in the video. Alright. So, did I not change the background to white? I thought I did. I'm not gonna go back and redo it. It's not important enough. Alright, so I mean, if I don't have a really clear idea of what I'm going to talk about, I mean, I should point out that this is a function, and that you can nest elements with functions, and that, you know, that's the whole capturing process. So it allows you to create structure, HTML structures very logically, sort of like a print command, but so yeah, I mean, talking about this create a long list of things here. I was looking at my other page. Yeah, you can kind of see it over here. Talking about all these things. I don't know. This video could easily be an hour long if I start rambling on them. So, Maybe I should make that checklist function accessible to like the code editor, so that, because it's a pretty cool little function. I mean, it's sort of just like creating UI components in any other language, but no, let's not fuck around with that right now. Yeah, going through all the things, I don't think is like I could create a whole bunch of separate videos, and maybe I should, to kind of explain all the decisions and philosophy and whatever. Because I think some of the things are kind of useful, and if anyone were trying to help me, that they would probably should know about them. But definitely not all in one video. So, explaining it's a GitHub sub-site. Let's try and keep this to like a 1, 2, 3. GitHub sub-site doesn't override any other GitHub pages. Unless it's called framework site. And I mean, this should be like pretty self-evidently cool. Like, it's very quick and easy and simple. So, fork and see it. So that's step 1, and then step 2, show the like view. I was kind of thinking maybe showing the view stuff first would be kind of cool too. Yeah, I mean, I think like this example is kind of one of the most powerful ones. Count to 100, count to 1,000. Updates in real time. If you make an error, it'll tell you. And then, so you can click on the link and go to this URL and play around with it just to see how it works. Make web development easy. It was never easy. But, I mean, making cool shit quickly, I think, is what people want. And so this is hopefully a path to doing that. So, alright, maybe we show off the view code first. Where's my cursor here? Show off the view functions. Now, I mean, yeah, my underscores versus camel case is kind of opinionated, but, I mean, people could fork the repo and kind of restructure any of it. It's I mean, the view class itself is kind of most of the logic, and it's like 500 lines of code, and there's a lot of things in here that you could just throw out. And so, a lot of comments that I should just clean up and get rid of. But basically, it's this little bit here, and you know, better documenting the class is something that I've been meaning to do, but I should. I really should. What does that page look like right now? The framework core view page. Got some janky layout stuff. And yeah, I mean, you can just leave this as is right now, I think. Alright, let's just try and record this thing. So we'll do the view thing first, then we'll show how quick it is to set it up, and then, like, I mean, I could just beg people for, like, help. So, maybe I should create a new page, because that's pretty easy to do. But I'd have to switch over to the local host. Which is not running. Alright. And then if we want, we could, can we close all? Close saved. What did I do here? Guess we'll get rid of that. Might throw some errors somewhere. Close saved. Alright, we're just going to, maybe I should talk real quick about the fact that it's a submodule, so that you have to recurse submodules. But then I haven't really had any problems with that. Now, so one of the things with this, maybe I should address the submodule thing. Submodules. Let me just double check. Get recurse submodules. I think that's what I wrote in the README. Recurse submodules. Okay, and then is that here yet? Yeah. Get clone recurse submodules. Backticks, but whatever. So, update this to make it clearer, but all right, let's start here. Right click this, open a new tab. Alright, and then I could potentially edit it down, but hopefully I don't need to. Let's just try and do it in one shot, which is often a mistake. But alright, we got audio. I guess we can keep that on. We are going to start recording. Okay, I'm going to give a quick tour of my framework. Fuck, I really don't want to edit this down. It's going to take a bit to get it into DaVinci. It would probably be way better, but like, maybe I stop and maybe I get my notes on the screen. All right, we're going to do the view stuff first. Let's try this again. All right, I'm going to try and do a quick tour of my framework here. You're probably already on this page if you're watching the video. So first, this is a GitHub Pages kind of starter repo, and you can fork it and get your own site just like this one. You can open this link here to see it live. It'll be your GitHub username.github.io/framework site, and you can change the path, and so you could create any number of these subsites. I set it up like this. It was a huge pain in the butt to get all the links working at the subpath, but I wanted to do that because the root github.io, your username.github.io, is maybe more likely that people already have a GitHub page set up there. You have to name the repo like this bit here, and it configures it. And so I was thinking, it'd be way easier to just put it at the root, but I wanted people to be able to fork this thing and set up their own subsite, so it'll be at a path. And the path will default to framework site because that's the name of the repo, and to reconfigure that would take a few edits in the framework. Let me show you how quick it is to fork this thing. So if we click on fork, it's going to ask for an owner. I already have the repo set up at this path, so I'm going to use this organization I have just to kind of give a demo. Create fork, but you can do it on your own. It doesn't have to be on a different account or organization. So I'm forking it into this Lu42 framework site, and so now the actions here. Nope, no actions yet. Okay, sorry. First step is to go in here to your settings, go down to pages. We want to deploy from branch, which is default. That branch is going to be the main branch, and the folder, the only option they give you is docs. So think of this as like the public folder. Click save. All right, once you set that up so that your main branch and the docs folder is the root, then the action should kick off. You can go over to your actions tab, and it takes about a minute. We'll wait for that so I can show you. Oh, what I was going to do first, which I forgot, is to show you kind of the gist of how my framework works. It's very simple. The heart of the framework is this view class, and the framework core view, view.js, it's about 500 lines of code, and half of that could be removed. It's a very simple view class, and essentially it just creates a .l, which is the document.create element, and it's a very simple wrapper. It gives you a few utility functions, kind of like jQuery or whatever. But there's a few tricks that I added in order to make writing HTML using JavaScript a little bit easier. Generally, I've created these little helper functions that just create a new view and set up the tag properly. Adding classes with I can explain this .c method. Each element has a .c, which is essentially just makes the first argument a CSS class name, because most of the time you're going to want to add a CSS class name or two. And these are all live examples, by the way. So if you click on the link, this is not the right link. Let's see, this is going to be bloom42.github.io/framework site, framework-site. All right. All right, so the navigation is hidden. I have the navigation set up on a hotkey. It's Control \, and that's because I couldn't decide if I liked it or wanted it, especially on every page. Like, what if I wanted to do a full screen page? So it's kind of a configurable thing. I had it turned off and it remembered it. So anyway, here's the site, and it should work. You should be able to fork it and configure the page and have it all working within a minute or two. And then if you want to edit it, create your own pages and stuff, you then clone it. And just a quick note on that, the framework directory inside of docs is a submodule. And so when you clone this thing, you have to use this recurse submodules flag. So if you want to clone, well, and you'd probably clone, if you fork it, you'd want to clone your own, not mine. But you do need, when you clone it, you need to use the recurse submodules flag in order to install the submodule. And I mean, I've gone back and forth on this. I kind of would like to use Git only and not have to use npm or something else for version control. And so that's what I was attempting to do. And it actually works pretty well. The way I have it set up is I can commit changes to the framework independently of the kind of wrapping repo. It does make it a little bit more complex, so maybe I need to reverse that decision. But right now it's oh man, my code or my formatting here got messed up. Probably need to re-record this video because I've already lost the flow. I just feel like it's any kind of good impression that I could have made is now lost. So let's think this through. Maybe I just stop recording this and try and do it again in a minute. Okay, so firstly, this README needs some extra backticks, which would be this one and this one and where was it? This one and this one. Yeah, and this is gonna bomb out if you don't put the make sure it has a forward. Well, I'll say trailing / localhost framework site distributed with a URL. Which is confusing, and I was thinking with this one, yeah, after you fork this thing, what did I call it before? GitHub I mean, so alternatively, you could clone my repo to your local machine and then push it up to your own account, but I kind of think forking and then cloning is better. All right, so think, I wonder if I could use, what's the, I don't know if there's a way to get the username. No, I can't run JavaScript on this README. I was thinking, could I do this dynamically? Huh. Is there a way? Let's ask Gemini. Is there a way in GitHub README to get the users? We'll get the repo's username. So github.io /username /repo name. So to username.github.io /whatever. Short answer is no. Just GitHub Actions. Fuck that. All right, so so it's already super confusing about like forking, cloning, which URL to go to, but alright, so let me reset this Lu42 framework site settings. Delete. I understand. Man, that is a long deletion process. Control copy, control paste, delete. Alright. And then let's go back here and maybe re-record this whole bit. I should push up the new thing. If you want to change the base path from framework site to something else, GitHub Pages uses the repo name as the username.github.io /repo name. As the base path. However, you also need to update the docs.settings.js and HTML. I mean, it gets so complicated. It's like you do this or that or whatever. Well, I could explain that stuff more, but like, yeah, I mean, the whole idea is to like keep it simple and not confuse people on step one of using the thing, and it's already so fucking complicated because GitHub is stupid. So the alternative is create my own hosting system, and that's obviously way out of my wheelhouse right now. And so, all right, here's the general load order. 1. Request any URL. 2. GitHub pages will serve 404 HTML. HTML includes docs.js. Yes. Do that. Probably just remove that. Okay, so nav and JS. I mean, this isn't self-evident. Like, should be something like, I don't know how to do a table here, but it's basically URL. I guess that's okay. Let's push all these up. Didn't change any framework. Yeah, C docs framework. Alright, let's wait for this to build, and then we're going to try recording again. We will try to, let's make sure this thing is loaded. We will try, no? What did I break? Mother effers. Holy fucking hell. I knew I was going to break something there. Test. Forget the base. That's all we do is we assign, and then let's see if that works. Leg, I think, on the app page. Why does the app, is it importing base? We're not using this anymore. Let's just get rid of any mention of it. Where is this coming from though? App. Base is not defined. Oh, fuck that. Fonts, font, class font. Just call this the constructor. Man, oh man. What the F, man? What is this? App slash undefined? Core app undefined. What is undefined? Man, what have I done? Let me bring this over here. What in God's name is happening? Core app, this should be the page.js. Page.js. We're importing base here, I think is the problem. Still no. What the F, man? Maybe I got rid of this icon. Oh no, I did export it here. Okay. What is going on, man? Network error. Network error occurred. Looks like this is the culprit, but that should be 404ing. It's this thing, the undefined bit. But where is this being requested from? Initiator. In the app. Core app. Is it on this page? Maybe it's in one of these content page. Exported. No. Am I exporting test and test? I am. I just don't know why this wouldn't work. It's not telling me why. What is undefined, man? Oh, it's because the font, I didn't assign things. And it didn't tell me that this was coming from the font class at all. It didn't give me really any kind of indication where this was coming from. That's crazy. Holy fuck balls, man. Yeah, I don't know if that has something to do with my wonky loading. Maybe. Maybe I need to try and catch things or whatever. But, alright, so yeah, I was going to copy and paste. Does this work? It probably doesn't. Let's see. Is this the right one? Huh, that's crazy. But %20 just works? I don't think I URL encoded any of those. I definitely didn't. It must just, when you put a space in a link, it must automatically do it. That's kind of silly. Well, here it's putting the %20, but this one's rendering from the URL. That's probably why it works, but it's not matching properly. So all we do is we rename this to whatever, and then click on that, and it'll load the page. Save, live reload. So maybe I should set up this live reload bit. And putting docs in everything is kind of silly. I should probably just... I mean, yeah, this whole subsite thing, it's like, the more I think about it, the more it just seems like a bad idea. Because it's just going to confuse people. Like, the whole idea of the web root, it's no longer the root. And so, like, a lot of URLs work differently. The whole, like, where files are served from, and the, you know, sort of like this path is the new root, but the way it works is a little bit tricky. So I think moving towards kind of like actual root domain name without a path on it is better, but what is this? Why is there socket connected on here? Is that right? Did I put some code on this? There's some shit loading on this page that's not supposed to be. This isn't right, is it? Let's duplicate this. Yeah, I don't know, why is... That was weird. It was like the wrong console stuff was coming through on that one. Alright, let's back up. Do we need to do another update? Yeah, I mean, the whole 404 thing is just crazy. Like, nobody wants that. And so, creating a better system, but it's like, I just want people to be able to publish shit. And shouldn't they be able to publish like modules that can then be imported via. So like I can't. This probably links to the actual framework. Somebody could create their own submodule, but I wouldn't even necessarily recommend doing that because it's just too complicated. I mean, this thing's just not ready for launch. It's like the CSS is just still pretty janky. Actually, that's not terrible, but some of the stuff shouldn't be in here. This stuff, I mean, yeah, a lot of this stuff is just. I need to go through and kind of rework the whole thing, and the idea was to make it all nice and tidy so that I could launch the thing, and then people would be like, "Oh, this is cool. Let me help out," and then it gets better. But right now, man, I'm getting just fucking obliterated by life, and can't focus, can't see this thing through. It's like it's so close. This is the closest it's ever been to like launching, but I mean, I've kind of felt this before at times where I feel like it's only a matter of time before I figure out all these little bits of bullshit, clean it all up, get it published, get it working. And it is pretty close. It is kind of set up so that people can use it, but I guess I'm gonna try and record this fucking video and put it on there, and yeah, I don't know. So hello? You're home early? I said you're home early? Just so you know, I'm trying to record a video here. Okay. Alright, so let's give this another go. We don't want this one. We want this one. Maybe I should start with the maybe I should start with the framework. Maybe I should link to the framework repo on the README page just so you can, you know, for quick reference. But, you know, if you click through it, yeah, I don't know. It's as I'm kind of approaching this whole process, it's like I don't really feel that people are going to be into it because it's just there's enough kind of bullshit. The submodules kind of bullshit. The docs folder is kind of bullshit. I've kind of pulled this whole thing so far in this direction, but a lot of that's kind of optional. Like the framework itself is, it's really just this view. It's just, before I commit this thing again, let's take this view, take the base class out of here, because I'm not exporting that. It's probably going to throw some errors on different pages that are still using that. Let's do a find here. Find in folder. Base. Readme base. Forget the directory. Docs framework. Man, how many of these have this thing? Yeah, I think we're gonna just nix this space thing. So, here we go. I guess that's fine. Oh my. Why is this everywhere? This is the problem with these kind of, well, this isn't gonna work, is it? I'm not gonna worry about changing all these right now. God damn it, man. Alright, if it's a direct import, I'm not going to deal with that right now. It's just these that are coming from the app that I think are going to throw. Man, this is not what I need to be doing right now. Fucking bullshit, man. Oh, this one extends base. Oh, okay. Jesus fucking Christ, man. Why is this red? Oh, it's because I'm searching for it. Whatever. This is crazy. That's probably why you shouldn't copy paste import statements in every file all over your friggin' site, but it's also probably why it'd be way better to just have a eval that does it for you. What is this page? Like seriously, where is this? Whatever, just don't worry about it. Wait, what? Jesus Christ. I fucked this one too, huh? Awesome. This is seriously just the biggest waste of fucking time. I mean, God damn it, man. This path is broken. I mean, just I've broken all this shit because I changed the structure. There's gotta be a better way. Oh, it extends base. Well, we're not doing that anymore. It's never ending. Will it ever end? Alright, I seriously need to. Oh my god. Why? Why am I doing this stupid bullshit, man? Where is the layout even? I guess that'll work. Just breathe, just breathe. It's almost over. Oh my god. Alright. I need to rethink my life. Fuck these GitHub pages. It's so dumb. Spent days chasing this stupid idea. It's not the problem I'm dealing with right now, though. It's just, this is not worth my time. But what is, you know? Like, this doesn't work. All these URLs are broken because I've tried to go with the subpath thing, and now I have to like use relative URLs instead of root URLs, but just in general, there's like hundreds of this is all just 3JS, which is quick to collapse. This is underscore backbone ammo. Whatever. What is this? Page class that I was maybe gonna use, but man, oh man, there's so much bullshit I should just get rid of. Like, I don't even know what it's doing. See, the problem is if I just whip together this video, it's going to be bullshit and useless, and it's not going to work right. Well, it's not going to work at all. It's not. I think I need to slow down and back up and redo a lot of the kind of bullshit. I think GitHub pages maybe is just not the way to go, because well, like I said, you know, the only way to edit your fork is to first fork, then clone it. But, well, and then to edit the framework, you'd have to basically fork the submodule and then relink it. So for that reason, like, I think the easiest way would be to just delete the submodule. Like, you could uninstall it as a submodule. I think if you just delete the module, get modules file, then it would just, you could just commit it to the repo, and then you'd have your own framework. You just wouldn't be able to push any of the changes back to the framework, which is sort of bullshit. Submodules suck, man, and GitHub Pages sucks. So I don't think I want to go that route. I mean, I spent all this fucking time trying to get that to work, and in a way it would be, or it could be, a decent use of time. Like, if I could get some people to clone it, I'd have to twist their arm into it and then set it up. And, well, but it's like, do they want to spend time trying to figure out what the heck I've done? I think it's, you know, I made decent decisions, but there's plenty of compromises, and it's not actually all that easy. The submodule thing is super complicated, and it's probably just better to stay away from submodules. But then, how do you get the framework? Well, so one option is you could turn the framework into a GitHub page, and then all the links should work properly. Let me type that up and see how that idea fits. Like, just turn framework into a separate site. Well, for one, alright, so the script links should work. They wouldn't 404 because they're real. So then references to framework core app.js, for example. It's like these rooted absolute work, because the framework isn't nested. Yeah, I mean, sort of have to then, you'd have to have the framework path available as a GitHub page, which, yeah, it's like the whole way that GitHub sets all this stuff up is just so stupid. I think maybe allowing users to click a button on my site to then generate their own site with its own subdomain. That could be a good way to go, but it's not easy, and my head hurts. So, oh my god, like, it's literally impossible. It's fucking garbage. I hate this shit so much. I've gone around and around and around so many times. And maybe it's better to just use like a code pen example, because people are familiar with it, and then they could test it out, see that it works, see how it works. The whole idea of being able to quickly set up a whole site is like, it's part of the, one of the bigger pain points, but man, GitHub just completely messes that up. The 404 thing and the paths, and well, like hosting a site at a subpath is just, well, it means all of the URLs need to be either relative, which is tricky, or yeah, basically, or some way hard coded. Well, if you use the absolute URL, you can throw it at any depth. Just copy and paste the import statement essentially, like when I use a root app.js reference, and then that works pretty well because it doesn't matter how deep you are. You just use the same, import statement, copy paste. It would be kind of cool if I could templatize that so that each page could even do that server side. Yeah, no, fuck that. I don't need more tricks. I need stability. I need people to be able to set up their own site, basically. Ideally, a Git repo. This is the power of the system. A file-based system is like, it's all Git controlled. Maybe I should just stick with it and just go with it, but I clearly have broken it. Let me see if this will even load right now. Okay. I think I was doing all this on the wrong screen. It's just madness. Well, should I just start cleaning up all this crap that there's all these extensions that I'm not even using? And I don't know if I want to keep them there because they kind of remind me of stuff that I was working on, and I could try and explain it, but it's not like impressive or anything. It's going to be more like, whoa, this is a big fucking mess, and don't really see it happening. Yeah, I mean, trying to get people to set it up is, if it were way cleaner without so much bullshit. I mean, the directory thing is kind of cool. It's not absolutely necessary, but otherwise you'd have to, like, in the app.js, you could add all your links. I mean, actually, at that point, you could just import the page, set it up as a page system where you import the page and then add the page to the app. It's a little bit more work than just kind of blindly loading. Alright, well, in my first little record attempt, I kind of got through some kind of sticky business where it was it's going to be hard to catch people up quickly. Like most people are, I think, are going to be confused. Until you see it working, like that's where just having, like having these code examples deep in this, it's like it's so busy and it's like repetitive and it's just confusing. If I could break this down into just like one simple example, could I full screen this little editor thing so it's just like half and half? Top half and bottom half? I don't know. Is the page loading pattern that I have right now like a viable production mechanism? It's definitely server or client side rendered, so not that it couldn't be server side rendered, but I think you'd have to generate all the index.htmls, which you could do. I don't know if I want to go that route though. This whole premise of being like an easy development platform is just kind of now escaping me because there's just a lot of questions that I haven't figured out yet. Why is the margin on this paragraph so big? I made it big. It's just, maybe I just need some more margin on these guys. Is that better? Probably. Yeah, I mean, the fact that I'm so burned out with this, and like my hope is someone kind of seeing this and thinking it's cool and helping with it is, it's kind of far-fetched at this point. It's like I'm just going to disappoint myself by putting all the rest of this together, trying to post it around and just have like crickets. It needs to be better. It needs to be like cleaned up. It needs to be simpler. It needs to be easier to use, I think. Maybe not. I mean, I've always kind of grasped at greatness and thought, like, if I could make this simple enough, clean enough, make a video that's explains it well enough. Maybe I just need better documentation here to like kind of outline some of the things instead of just having a whatever page. I have some of these like ideas written out. But let's think this through. So, ditch the submodule. I've gone back and forth on this 100 times, and it's like I kind of like it because it's a nested module. It allows me to develop the thing in place. It also works on the GitHub page, and so it's kind of not a bad system. It's just super confusing and adds extra complexity that probably isn't necessary. But what's the alternative? You either have to embed the repo, have 0 config, which equals it doesn't work on GHP, which means you have to embed it anyway. I mean, you could yeah, I'm not sure if there's another way where I think well, I was thinking that just having a single repo is maybe the best way to go. It's just the framework site. There is no framework submodule. There's no recurse submodules. Single repo. Not the worst idea. But it makes the framework a lot harder to use. Well, it would be a lot harder to use on another, or use in a non-GitHub page repo. It would be a lot harder to manage updates in other repos. So maybe the video that I want to record could also be a bit of a rant where it's like web development should be easy, and how many clicks should it take to like set up a new website? It's fucking crazy. And how complex should it be to get like all the features? Should be easy. And I know it's possible. It's probably not even that hard if the right person had the right kind of focus or ambition to get it done. But I can barely tie my own shoes. So I'm going to eat this protein bar here while I think about this. Yeah, I mean, maybe the best way to get people on board is to teach them object oriented, which is probably pretty easy to do. Yeah. So, what would be the steps to set up a new? Well, okay. Do people need to modify the framework? Maybe not. Maybe having, when they fork the parent repo, then they could just create their own modules folder, for example, and then import their own, create and import their own, and then just import the framework things and modify them. I mean, all the classes are extendable, so maybe this whole like relinking the submodule is not actually important. That would only be if they wanted their own fork of the framework. Also, I mean, I probably should just delete half of these extensions that aren't doing anything. But again, I guess they're kind of contains emphasized items. What does that mean? Yeah, they're kind of just reminders of different things. But it's definitely not good to have all these. Like, this doesn't do anything. Delete it. I don't think this thing does anything. Oh, this just does sort of. Yeah. Guess we could keep some of these things. I don't know. There's just so many of them, and a lot of them don't do shit. It's like I don't want to try and launch this framework in a shitty way where people are just immediately like detracted from it. But I do think just creating video content that talks about the framework and how to use it isn't a bad idea. Now, is this whole idea of like cloning it and setting up your own framework site, it's not the quickest way to get the thing working. Could I, well, and the problem with using the actual app page loader on something like a CodePen is that was it the URLs that are messed up? Maybe they're mostly relative now. Let me think this through for a second. This app is all relative, right? So these should actually work. It's part of the framework site, which is not going to be CORS friendly. However, JS deliver GitHub. So how does this work again? Where do you go? Something like cn.jsdeliver.net. Oh, where'd that go? GH, yeah. But we're going to do framework. Now we're going to do framework site at main, framework site at main, and then docs/app.js. Boom. Maybe this will work. Let's see. CodePen, pen.js, import app l div, etc. from this one, and then it goes here. Div hello world. Doesn't seem to want to work. Doesn't it have something to do with pen one? Where's the unexpected? Oh, there's a comma missing. Yeah, so it's trying to. The framework site does have docs framework. Isn't this the right path? Open and copy link address. Isn't that right? Is it because of the submodule? Motherfuckers. It is. It doesn't work because JS deliver doesn't respect the submodule. The framework folder doesn't exist essentially, and so all the paths break. The only way to do it would be to put that app code, essentially this code, which is pretty minimal, but I'd have to pull it all from framework. I might be able to do that. Let's see. So let's duplicate this. Let's go framework itself at main. And no docs. This is the framework, and so then we go ext lu42. Does this work? Boom. Now we copy this, and then let's just put this URL here for a second. And we're gonna need kind of all this minus these exports. 42 from this guy, and then we don't have settings here. But it's probably trying to import a page. Wait, what? Oh, Lord. This is the error I just fixed. No fucking way. Alright. What is going on here? CD, docs, framework, get status. We've got a bunch of shit. Probably the only one I really need to push, but now we're gonna have to do a purge request. JS deliver purge tool. We need. We're gonna have to put them all on there, huh? Damn. Well, they got some shit. Where did my? All right, let's pull this out. Let's grab this guy. I don't know if that's actually going to work. One per line. Core view. I think it said it was the test file. That was giving problems. I should just fucking remove the thing. I don't really need it. It doesn't do anything useful. I remember this took a bit to actually work. Let's try this one here. This shouldn't be here. Yeah, so sucks. I could maybe pull a different one. I think it would work though. I think if my understanding is correct that creating a new app like this, well, okay, but the problem is that does this pen have a, it's using this weird boom index.html. So more or less, it's not going to work because maybe I could create a flag in here for like, or maybe I just override the load page. Problem is that the app by default tries to load the page, but if I override it, I could override load and then just do await this dot loaded and just skip the load page. Does that cause any problems? I don't actually think it would. So we would want something like, can we pass in an async? What would it be? It would be load is async, and then await is dot loaded. Come on, man. Update your shit. I don't think the purge tool works. Let's see if there's another one. GitHub CDN. I think. I think let's throw this over here and give this a go. cdn.steply.io.gh glue 42 framework. Is this main? I don't have a tag. Let's just try core app alts ext blue 42 42.js. Boom. Let's give it a go. Come on now. Test.js. Did I not get rid of that fucking thing? I'm just going to delete this whole class. No, it's not there. Why is it caching this thing? Did I not push the code to the GitHubs? Fucking hate my life. Core test. It's not there, folks. 6 minutes ago, but I guess they're all. I don't know, did it? I thought it would look this up as you request it, not like it just caches all files on GitHub always. It's crazy. Does this allow? Not sure what that's doing. Well, so if I could get the app to render, I think it would, without loading the page, then I think everything would work properly. The directory, so we might have to pass in a base, but the base isn't going to work properly, so I think we'd have to get rid of the directory thing. So there's quite a bit we'd have to kind of weed out of this Blue 42 business here. Where does the directory get rendered? It's rendered in the side nav. So I think generally we just don't do that. We just go for the app. And instead of this, we do core app. 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 App is not defined. App. Loaded. Oh, this. I don't know if we can pass in like an async load like this. Div is not defined. App. div. Does this not work? Div should be defined here, unless... Well, so this initialize does the inject part after this dot load, which is happens when wait, this dot loaded. Let's see. Doesn't load. Why not? Do the style sheets not work properly? Does the import meta logic not work properly? Let's see if we can look at the network and why does it? Holy fuck! Wait, what? Can we? Fresh bit here. Test CSS and framework CSS. Where is it trying to load this from? GH. I think maybe the import meta doesn't listen to the domain name and just tries to do a absolute path. We're gonna have to wait for a whole nother cache cycle. So that would be in the view sources. Can we not edit this in here? Fucking hell. Elements. Where was it? Network view, open sources. There we go. Something about style sheets. Yes, uses the path name. Uses only the path name, and we don't just want the path name, we want the whole fucking thing. Well, let me check over here and framework core view. Let's break on this bit here and say, I guess we're going to have to rewrite that line. New URL meta.url. Whoops. What properties do we have? We're using path name, which is sort of what we want, but we want href. What's meta.url? Uses the whole thing for the file, which should have the right thing. Alright, so let's just change that in view.js. View to href, I think. All right, let's push it up. So if this works, and you could just include, well, for example, the whole app, basic version of the app, I'll have to rethink whether I can get the Lu42 type thing working. Well, yeah, the directory just wouldn't work. I'd have to figure out a way to disable the directory, but if I could do that, then you could potentially render the site into a code pen pretty easily with like one import statement. Same with like code sandbox or whatever, and so you can pick whatever cloud IDE, and that would be a lot quicker to. I wonder if one of those like Code Sandbox has those like fake sites that are all browser based. If that would work, where you could create new files to test it out, that would be pretty sweet. Now, I don't think you can like. I don't know if does it work with GitHub? If you could edit the code all on Code Sandbox without ever needing to clone it locally, that'd be pretty sweet. Well, let's get this committed. Git status, git add, git commits, git push. Alright. I believe we're gonna have to wait a bit for that. Not sure if I can. There used to be a way where you could actually kind of save it. Whoops. I don't think that's going to work. It's going to revert it. Yeah. There is a way to do like workspace. There's a way to save. DevTools, save sources, changes. No, I don't want to save them. I just want to temporarily. Local overrides, right hand, select the overrides tab. Huh. Wait, what? I don't want workspaces. What does local overrides do? Is it overrides tab? Overrides. Oh, here. Hiding. Awesome. Enable local overrides. Href. Boom. Hello world? Not yet. Loaded. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Let's go. So, let's see if how much hacking of this Lu42 would be necessary. it's an ext, not a... Boom, boom. So, it would take some fixing, but could potentially get some UI type shit loaded into CodePen. It's crazy. Is this better than GitHub Pages? Well, let's try out Code Sandbox. Not sure how I've signed in before. Alright, got a bunch of shit. I always forget how this works. Workspace, maybe. Create. Not sure. Guess I'll just try this one. It's kind of a weird thing. It's doing some weird shit, but you know, like being able to import style sheets directly, which is kind of crazy because it must be doing some tooling and shit in the background. What are these groups? It's like it's completely unnecessary to have two groups here. Open editors. Well, so let's copy over a little bit here and just see if we can get a similar broken website in here. Gotta be kidding me. URL imports. I mean, it's basic. It's default. It should work, guys. Come on. Maybe Code Sandbox is a no-go. This is already making me fucking want to throw up. So we need to do, I don't know, somehow go back to the dashboard, try and find it. Yes. Modules. Is it one word? ES modules? ESM? You gotta be fucking kidding me, man. Code Sandbox versus... Yeah, I've heard of this one. your shit. I don't want Vite, you motherfuckers. I clicked vanilla. I don't want bundles. Looks like they're using VS Code too. I just want a fucking static site. I don't know what you're doing here, guys. Main.js. Index. Source main. I guess we can try chucking this in here. It's doing something. I don't know if it's because the script is running. Shouldn't matter, actually, as long as this URL gets chucked in there properly. It must not be loading the CSS properly, though. I'm sure this is an iframe, yeah. Network. Let's just change this so it reloads. Oh, boom. Okay. Not sure why that happened. So that's cool. I wish it wasn't doing the bundling bullshit, but it sort of works. I don't know, man. I'm losing my mind. This tech is such garbage. It hurts. But I think it's designed that way. Nobody seems to be able to simplify it. Trying to get the thing working like this as an import. It's kind of cool. I mean, I could just rewrite the Lu42 module to work in one of these sandboxes. But, you know, all this work to, you know, jump through these hoops to get this thing kind of like more accessible doesn't change the fact that the code's not really great yet. It's still kind of messy. It's not really ready to shine. Now, part of me thinks like, well, if I could get just enough working, then I might be able to convince some people that it's, you know, kind of worth the while, but I don't know how many hoops I gotta jump through to fix this broken shit, for example. What's undefined? It's rendering. I think it's appending undefined. I think we need to return an empty string from the side nav function. Return empty string helps a little bit, but it also collapses then. Now we don't even have a sidebar. What if we put a space in there, or something? Yeah, it's like an auto width sidebar. The logo is not loading, is it? Seems to not load. I think I might need to do the same kind of like URL computation. Maybe the base needs to be including the domain, so that I can reference something that's. I mean, the logo's not even in the framework. It's in the framework site, but so it's not even available. There's no way it's going to find that thing. I'd have to reference it from a whole different bit. But I mean, the logo could go in the Lou42 folder just as easily. But still, the image path. Where do I have that? The logo source, the stub base. Yeah, this bit's gonna have to do some sort of import.meta, I think. Well, the base itself might have to have import meta. Maybe create a URL from it. I don't know. I'm not actually. I'd have to look at that and try and figure out. Well, because could the directory be part of the framework? I mean, it could. It is actually, and it could, but I don't know if getting that working is ideal. You know, loading these big modules that have all these URLs in a different environment and then watching it all break, it's like it's almost working, but almost is just not quite good enough here. I mean, it does sort of work. It's not far from working. And I think this thing kind of has files. Let's see. Now the directory thing's not gonna work. I could potentially, I don't know, this thing seems like it's got what is this doing here? This terminal just seems broken. Huh. That's kind of crazy. Guess we get an actual VM. I mean, I did plain vanilla JavaScript and it sets up all this shit. Can I just start like a absolutely new? Let's copy this over. Does it not save it automatically? Projects, Static. Boom. So I guess we do get, yeah, it's making like a navigation for us and everything. Files. I mean, that's kind of cool. No cloning necessary. And then I don't know, maybe the directory could work in this bit. Looks like we get a friggin', I mean, can you just use this as a host? I think so. Go to. You're almost there, what? So it's not a real, what is the web container thing? Our web containers that StackBlitz uses. The site project I've created gives a URL, but it doesn't work when opened in a new tab. So it's sort of like what Code Sandbox did. So it's not like you could actually host your website with it, but that's all right. Can you commit to a GitHub repo from StackBlitz? Sending me a text. Arc Raiders Extraction Adventure. Huh. I don't know if I can watch this while streaming. I'll probably just have to turn off my audio and.
With AI,
you can create any character you want in seconds.
This used to require huge Hollywood budgets,
complex software, in tons of time.
But right now, all you need is a laptop
and knowledge.
Looks like a first-person shooter. If I'm feeling that. Alright, so let's turn. I don't know if I need desktop audio, but whatever. Let's get back to business. Kids are going to be home soon. I don't know. I'm thinking. Thinking this might be worth looking into. Seems to be pretty decent setup. Definitely feels like VS Code. Not sure what the heck that does. Format document. Split edit. Whoa. So I think I could create like a template, and I don't know if this forking actually does the fork. Let's just click it. Oh, so now it's a new one. Project forked. That's kind of crazy. Does it then my projects dashboard? Did it just make another one? Yeah, it just keeps forking it. That's crazy. I'm not sure how it saves these, but projects. Not sure I understand what's going on here. And like, this is a whole different thing. I have no idea what's going on here. It's so confusing. What the heck is this bolt, man? It's AI bullshit. And I guess it hosts everything. I mean, this stuff is kind of promising, or like could be promising, could be worth messing around with, but I don't trust AI code. All right, let's back up here. So projects, can you create a new project? So these are projects, collections, I mean, it would be kind of cool if you create like so I'm sure you just add projects to the collections, but I guess the thinking is if I could create things that then people could easily remix. I think this is the first one. Is that an O in that servor? It is, I think. What is servor? This is NPM, people. NPM servor, dependency free. File watching, browser reloading. Where's the download stats? Don't NPM packages always have download stats right here? Well, whatever. Not sure why they're using that, but it's not really that important. So you can just create a repo. I'm gonna hold off on this for a second because I don't necessarily want to just throw this in there. But how could I just leave this for a second? How could I wait, so did this one not have my no, it doesn't. Did I not save that on any of them? Let's see if either of these have the script that I pasted in there. Okay, there it is. I'm wondering if like what the workflow is for cloning a repo. Pricing more. So if you wanted to pull something from full stack docs creative mobile vanilla. How would you let's Google it. How to stack bullets. Yeah, Code Sandbox did this, but you can throw files in there apparently. Crazy. But what about importing from GitHub? Here we go. How do they do their sidebar? Is this just fixed? Width. Oh my goodness, look at that calculation. Holy crap. Width, sidebar width. Oh my god. I'm not even gonna try and think about that. Alright, so they basically just say put the URL on there and then it works. Let's try it. It's not gonna, there's no way it does submodules properly. Whoops. So, I would imagine you have to be logged in. Like, there's no way if I do this in an incognito, it's gonna work. Whoa. But these are different, right? I'm not even signed in. Maybe it just... How come this one was so fast? Refresh. Boom. Okay. Interesting. So it must cache what it just did there, but... can we do... Looks like node server.js will work? Crazy. But the path... Well, this is set up to work at /framework site. No? Aw. Failed to load. Is it because... So this is doing the 404 bullshit, and it /framework site app. It's logging the server stuff in here. It's crazy. But framework site. Why is it putting... Oh no, that's right? Should be serving docs. Yeah. Is it because it's not like localhost? But it should. I don't know what that means. 404 might be doing its thing properly. But why isn't it not loading properly is the bigger question. I don't know if this is going to work. But I might be able to get it to work without this whole GitHub pages set up. Also, for example, I can't believe they actually got this NPM stuff working, Node working on in the browser. It's wild. What does this button do? Okay. Stack Blitz core. The bug tracking repo. There's no code in there. Okay. Yeah, I mean, the whole 404 setup, the whole way this is set up is kind of garbage. But what I do like about it is that it works really quick. Like, you can spin it up and edit it really quick. And part of the whole idea of my framework is that it's just super simple and lightweight. I kind of think I should move all of the bullshit modules to a different branch. And then I just check out the old branch whenever I need to see the old ones. It's not a bad idea. Keep it nice and clean. Could get rid of the test and base and Alright, so if I could get this set up properly, it could even do the directory. Is it doing the directory? Well, let's see. If I do, let's just say new file, test.file, directory.json, test.file. Bam! It's freaking crazy good. So, stack blitz is seems to be a nice way to go here. Now getting changes pushed back up. Settings, workspace settings, user settings. These are more like editor settings, but how can you... See, it seems like it's easy to fork on wait. If we stop the server, get status. Oh, there's no get. Crazy. Thought AI told me you could do that. Stack blitz commit. Verify your accounts linked. If not, you will need to connect them usually through sync or source control option. Oh, so there was that thing at some point. Some sort of where was that button to link GitHub dashboard? Let's leave this for a second. So that GitHub project, I think, is just like a temporary. And it's not actually working, but I could probably get it working, and then about 42 com. It's gonna take a minute, but okay. Wait, what? God damn it. I haven't messed with this repo in a while. That sucks. But yeah, for some reason I think this is like a read-only, local-only. How do I reconnect this to a GitHub? Add a team. Is this a pro thing? Huh, that's interesting. How do I add GitHub credentials? Alright. Now what? crazy. Confused. Let's say not now. There's a command. Okay. Likely 42 framework. GitHub.com. Alright, so. So I'm starting to think this whole framework site business is docs and whatever is a stupid way to go. Just because maybe I can kind of revive it at some point, but I kind of think let's just make a new repo, new folder anyway. Let's call it stack site, and then I think we're gonna clone this guy in there. And it should probably be a submodule. Add this one. Alright, there's no way Stack Blitz does submodules properly, does it? Maybe it does. It'd be cool if it did. Let's see. Redo. Need to make a new repo here. Repo new site. Create. Get init. Add.
Talk to Dan.
No.
Nathan's gonna be fine.
Make a readme.
You know why they make whiskey?
Oh, whatever. Get. Add all.
Wakes up after 35 years and discovers he's part of the water.
Master get branch main branch. Okay.
I'll forfeit the damn game before I lose a boy to that.
Hopefully we don't have to recommit, right? I think it's status.
Be the sorriest son
Okay.
of a bitch on the
Get
planet.
remote add origin.
Oh. Karen left me to watch Luke. He got drunk.
Can't click
He
there.
got a tattoo. I'm gonna take him back.
Alright, and then get push origin main.
Tried to call you, weren't answering your phone. Because I ran out of the cafe with nothing but my car keys. I figured that my son was dying.
Fresh.
And that's my fault.
Framework in there.
How long was that, Dan? 20 minutes?
Alright, now let's get some of these other things over. Alright, the server
You're overreacting. Oh, you think that my son nearly
is
died
going to
and
need to
my
be
husband thinks he gets
reconfigured,
caught?
but let's,
Where is he, Dan?
and
He
let's
could
get
be
the
anywhere. He could be
package.
Get a hold of yourself. The doctor said he's out of harm's way. Well, the doctor was wrong. Because as long as you control him
No,
the way
we
you
don't
do,
want
he'll be
to
in harm's way.
Copy.
Okay, I get it. It's gotta be my fault. Yeah. But you can say
Okay, and then the server is going to be,
okay, you might have been there for him like I was.
we do want a public, don't we? Yeah, new folder. Public. Get modules. Can we move this thing? Path framework? Crap. I'm just going to delete it. Delete. And then, why did that jump?
Then I'll go.
Framework.
But either way,
Just
they
delete
can
this.
see
And then, we need to go back and get the framework.
and get out. Or so help me God, I will stab you in your sleep.
Copy. See public.
You better pray that my son is okay.
modules came back. Public framework. Let's just put a new index.html in there the proper way. This is, I think, more what we want. And the server now needs to be. Where does the base come from? Oh, I need the server. Yeah, settings. Okay. Forget this friggin' base. We might want settings at some point, not docs. We're just gonna get rid of this for now. Let's just get rid of this for now. We can always bring it back. Server. So forget the base. No docs. It's public. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. And then, yeah, definitely get rid of this. And public. Why do we go up a level? Durname is the. Yeah, I guess public and index. I think that is the right way. I think almost there. Jesus. See if there's any more docs in here. Alright. Crazy. Ah. Jesus. No. Alright.
Yeah.
And then
I guess I just kind of got turned around.
this needs some code. I think this is kind of what we want. But now we actually can do the root app. So then we need a new app.js, which is going to essentially just be this. Where do those settings come from? I don't think we're doing settings right now. And is that right? Yeah, I guess it can be relative. And then we need a new page.js, and that can be the same as this one. And I guess we can just throw this in there. Why not? Yeah, why not? Alright, so let's first let me make sure there's no lingering changes in this framework site. Git status. No. Let's get rid of whatever. Delete. And then just push that up. So it's synced C. What is it actually? Where's the process here? It's this one. CD stat blitz site npm Did I get package.json? Yep. Status. Whoa. Oh, shite. Can ignore. Copy. Paste. Get status. And get status.
Previously on one tree, of course, you never scored the most points against the captain.
Alright, if you say so. Alright, first let's node server and see if we can get an actual site going here. Alright, got some broken stuff. Why? Assets. We don't have the assets. I should put these guys in the framework, I think. And then this will have to be I think the view is the what is the right logic for the conversion of the URL to the href?
You look like hell.
So
Why is that? What's up?
just copy this whole thing. Thinking I probably need like a utils, but should I put it in lib utils util? I could put it in there. Why not? Just an extra file to haul around. Maybe we just put it in here. We have this path to page about static meta to URL. working, and then logo.
Don't make sense to take home. She said so herself.
And then look at that.
Where's that
No,
logo?
what, you were a lawyer?
Look, I've seen Peyton really
Isn't
try.
that logo function? Logo there.
She got 31st century freaked out.
Forget the base. That's
Yeah,
stupid.
I'm not the bad guy here. Okay? It's just hard.
My truck where I understand is next Tuesday.
Excuse me.
Right?
Okay, plus
Wait,
you're not covered
what?
in phonies.
Source and attribute href stop base, I think. And this one we're just gonna hard code that. No. 42. What did we do? We need just one more. Wait, L. Jesus, break this out. This is crazy. Attribute. I think we need one more here. Let's see.
Did I tell you what happened? I mean, I really do much talking after you left.
Okay,
I was just returning a CD I borrowed.
but we're getting Fook. Why? What have we done? Lots of the Fook. Damn. Why? Well, let's see what we figured out. Must have messed something up. Core app. Did we break some page load?
How you feeling? Same as always. What's this all about? Seems to me we've lost track of what this game is supposed to be about. Myself included. I want you to take this time, think about why we're really out there. Till then, no practice.
What is going on here? Is it in this one? It's sign the stat settings. I don't think that's really an issue.
Why you just did me a favor?
Should I get rid of it? Problem is, oh man, okay. The problem is that I'm editing the framework for all the sites, so I'm reverting a whole bunch of changes that I kind of didn't want to. Now maybe the import meta thing will fix it anyway, at least for. But yeah, that's kind of a mistake. Well, maybe we just forget the GitHub pages site. Spent a lot of time dicking with that and don't really like how it, well, but maybe I need to go back to it. I don't know. We'll go through, but I need to figure out why this thing is flashing. It was working so well earlier.
I'm beginning to take it personally.
Oh, John, no, it's the university. They're on break.
Huh.
You know,
Let's go to the page and
entertainment for people at like
public
you know, the bike night.
page.
That's a great idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. But
Let's just debugger this right here.
Yeah.
And then also maybe down here.
yeah. And now that's
Okay, so it's not injected yet. It's possible that it's just not cached yet,
Haley,
and that,
I'm glad you're staying, Nathan.
or that the server's just not working as fast or something. I don't know. I wasn't getting the flash before. Whoa. Unexpected. Alright, well, does this one work? What is this?
Oh, I know what it is. I'm running.
What the heck is this, man? How did this happen? Crazy.
Would you please try your freaky drawings later?
I don't know, did I break something? Seems like it.
Gorgeous.
But, again, why is this so flashy. It
That was the
wasn't doing that before. We've regressed somehow.
monkey.
What could be the reason for this?
Look, I keep on making sure there's no weirdness about that. You're my best friend, and I would never cut you out
Could
for
it be
a guy.
because I changed to links rather than
Please. We're happy makes me.
We're comfortable with you.
why does it do that?
Just want to draw for a little bit. And right.
Such crap.
How's that with drugs? I am gonna borrow this stuff.
That's the computer.
TV off? Jones go home. And whose bowl is this? What? There's a bowl on it. And you can put bowl on it.
Mom, did you print out my stuff?
Oh shoot, I forgot now. No. Well, if you have other stuff to do besides that. Okay? Yes, you do. I'll send you all the emails. Watch it, just do half of it, just do something. I do, the thing is, I do not want to have it, remember last Thursday? How long you were sitting
Thing is, I don't actually know why it was doing it.
Okay? Also, before you watch TV, I want you to do some physical exercise. Do some of your soccer skills.
Is it possible that
Okay, 20 minutes.
just doing the window application equals this?
Okay?
No, it does a full page load. God damn it, man. Why? It's not terrible, but it's not good. Most websites don't do that anymore. I can't have my website jumping around. What the heck? It didn't used to do that. And I don't even have. This one is doing that. Like
Don't
broke
make it
it.
light. What about your math homework?
Maybe I just wasn't paying attention to
Math
it.
homework is right there. No, you have some class and you gotta do your homework first. Okay, how about you do your math homework first? And then you can draw all the time go. You still have a lot of time to draw if you do that now.
God.
Okay? Alright.
the-
No more Capri Suns down here. Ever, ever, ever. Did you get a piece of paper with all the homeworks for math? Yes? Did you get a piece of paper with all the homework, math homework pages?
I mean, I don't know why it didn't do that before. Maybe I just got lucky, and I'm not sure why it's decided to do this now. Was this actually? Let me find my stream. We're gonna go back to the beginning. Let's see if I can find a spot where I'm clicking around. didn't flash. Clearly didn't. Framework. It loads, but it doesn't. Man, all these, the sidebar. It doesn't flash nearly as much. What could be the reason for that?
Penelope. Martin. Where was Penelope. That's good. Here. Das ist deine Hausaufgabe heute.
Alright, we're gonna try this again. Let me.
I'm trying to do the good.
Alright,
non-toxic.
Penelope. Where should those go? Quiz. Where do they go?
There is the whole change I made to using the links, but didn't I do that before? Why would it do that? Does it have something to do with the... I don't know if it has something to do with the change I made. Let's see. What were the changes I made? What are my two branches? Oh, master. How do you... Could this be a problem? I don't think so. This is only for the style sheets, not the links. Could this be a problem? I don't think so. No, there's base and class removals. There's no way that's the problem. Unless there's some error being thrown somewhere that causes it. Where did we go here? Holy crap. Am I really gonna look through all these? Why does this jump every time? Don't think these are gonna have anything to do with that. That's really annoying. One thing I can think of is that I changed from JavaScript clicks to real links, but the other links worked fine. Like, this is really frustrating. Let's just ask it. Let's see if it can dig deeper and figure out any potential solutions. I kind of just think it's not gonna figure it out. something to do with the nav state, I don't think. It hasn't really changed. It's loading pretty quick, but it jumps. Maybe it has something to do with the size of the sidebar. That sidebar, no, there's gotta be something else. I don't think that's gonna do. It's not gonna change it. It has something to do with the CSS. Maybe actually. Let's go framework core view. Let's change this back to whatever it was before. Core view. Path name. It's possible, and this could just be a Chrome thing, that it handles. Let's do a hard refresh. No, that's not it, I don't think. Sources, network rather. I was thinking maybe I should be able to see, yeah, relative URLs. I was thinking maybe relative style sheets load differently, but god damn it, that's so annoying. Why would it do that? This is so confusing. Here it's showing instant change. But clearly it's not instant. It flashes gray and then comes back. I'm losing it. I'm losing it. I'm losing it. Could have something to just do with like. Oh, it's massive, bloody flashing. I don't know if it just has something to do with. Oh, I did turn on. Why? Damn. Why? What is going on here? It's so bad. Where is it? What is going on here? I have no idea how to control this stupid thing. Where does the page change? Control zone. No. Control 0. What is going? How do you change this thing? Side scroll, maybe. You have two different timelines, and it's just so bad. See, this shows it instant, and it's so not instant. just need to switch and do like page imports or something. No JavaScript errors. Wait, it just doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any friggin' sense, man. It worked fine earlier today. So, like, I don't think the server is the problem. I mean, I could try turning this one off and going into the other. Let's try the framework site. This is probably just not going to work because, yeah, I've already broken it. I'm not passing through the settings or something. What was the deal here? Well, it's because the URL needs to be site. Okay, framework, boom, but it's major flash. Whole frickin' browser just chugs. Why? Why would it work earlier today and now it doesn't? It's crazy. I mean, I did mess with the server code. I did mess with some base URLs. Probably shouldn't have taken those out of the framework. Do we still pass the base to the directory? I would think so. That's in 42 anyway. I don't know if I changed it in here, did I? I did. All this funny business, but I don't think that's it either, unless somehow loading the page from here makes a difference, or the logo from here makes a difference. I don't know. I don't think so. What is taking it so long to? I think I might just have to ignore it because I just can't seem to figure it out. I'd like to see this again. Where do we click on something? Alright, click on something. Come on. Can't seem to fast forward by holding it like I usually can. Yeah, so like even the live reload, just boom, instant. No flash. There must be something going on there, like. No, I don't have to do any of that. I wonder if I can just get a test working that's like just super simple. Yep, test one. Let's go. How do we serve that thing though? Do I have like that IDX? Let's see, test one. Okay, localhost. Alright, hello world. And then let's just go there's no like there's no flash. It's possible it's just the speed at which it loads. It's possible the fact that I got 2 OBS windows open.
Tell me I heard this wrong. You did not just cancel practice. You played the wrong game. What do you think of Whirlybird in the third? You think
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Give it a perfect season. You see that sign at the gym? It's got my name on it. Means I call the shots. Game's not fun anymore, Daddy.
It's so annoying. Wow.
You're supposed to be their coach, a leader.
Why would it not do that? And now it just starts doing
Riveting
that.
too hard, Daddy. What are we talking about? Dehydration. We both know it's more than that. So now you're a doctor. I've taken steps to ease the pressure. If you'd be well advised to take a couple of days and do the same.
I mean, I am waiting for all the things to load and then doing the inject, which could be part of the problem.
Hey, how you feeling, son? Okay. So what Dad doing here? Well, I packed some things for you. Dad, I'm not gonna move to the beach house. You're not gonna have to. We'll work this out. And what's this? You and I are going away for the weekend. Are you kidding? I already cleared up with your mom. Got your golf belts in the back of the car. We got a 9 a.m. tea time. Dad, just spring things on me like this, all right? I have plans this weekend. I know you do. With me.
At Fresh Time Market, we're rooted in local partners who always bring the absolute best. We're rooted in Grandma's secret recipe and serving up turkey raised free of antibiotics. Because every feast deserves a worthy centerpiece. We're rooted in gratitude, mouth-watering dishes, and making every get-together a little better than the last. Fresh Time Market, rooted in
Whoa.
traditions.
Now it's working. That is crazy. I just had too many tabs open. What? But I mean, it means that my framework's gonna flash when somebody's computer's not keeping up or something. I don't know if there's a way around it besides push state.
It's more phenomenal. When it's cinematic, and there's no place more cinematic than Cinemark. Disney's Zootopia 2 only pays $4.96. Get tickets now at Cinemark.com.
Well, so what do we do? Well, I think a page template's not a bad idea.
C-Tech is whack, dog. We win the game and he gets the grip.
And then
Lucas? Oh, I'm not playing hooky from your mom's cafe. I just ran out of
just
orders.
app.
Okay. See you later.
I'm glad we bumped into each other. Haley and I were talking, and we thought it might be fun to start up some live entertainment at the cafe.
Great.
Are you sure? Because if you think it's a decision your mom should be making, I understand.
No, it's a great idea. Good. Good.
Now we're flashing again. Give me a break. Why? Why?
Hey, I just think it makes more sense to buy in bulk. Less personal.
Must have something to do with. Wow, where are all these tabs coming from?
Excuse me.
Now it's just close a couple more tabs and now it's okay.
All the things sticking in my mouth have to be my
Don't know. I don't know. But okay, let's think this through. Why is it fluking? Request.
Yes,
Text HTML.
down here.
What are you doing?
Something. I did so have
Sitting there crying that all of your homework would take 5 hours, and you're telling me you're done with half of it after 10 minutes?
That would help prevent some of it.
so I did.
But well then loads app loads page. And so it's possible that it's wigging out. Let's see if we can break like yeah, so I mean, what does this look like when I think we can alright, if we hover this then it goes away. So we do have framework CSS here. I mean all of these actually are probably cached and apply pretty quick. But definitely no nav or anything. So maybe the thing that I'm looking for is rendering the app right away. So we could do it a little bit sooner in the life cycle where instead of hooking in to an app that then loads 42 and then that loads the page. That's 1, 2, 3, 4 files deep. So that's maybe not good. But what's the alternative? I mean, you could try and put the app stuff into the index.html HTML. Put app.render stuff into index.html. I'm not sure if you could render without the directory. But it could be way faster. You could also potentially hook in style sheets and stuff immediately. It's a much less dynamic way to do it, because then any style sheets you hook into are going to be automatically there on every page. I mean, the whole fallback index.html thing by itself is kind of tricky. Could backfire. I don't know, I'm thinking I just need to take a break. Can't believe that GitHub page thing was such a pain. I mean, again, it's still maybe something I should salvage, but I don't know. Can the framework have like a separate branch? Well, it could, but then I'd have to always update each of them, and I don't want to have to do that. But I guess any framework site repo is going to be, you're going to have to manually update the modules. Auto updates are bad though. Like, I just think I'm over my head on this thing. Oh, I did want to test. Yeah, I mean, it works alright now. Does this change the background color? Oh, it's just that page background, okay. Where the framework one doesn't. Should probably fix that. Well, what I was trying to figure out is if the stack blitz would work with. Let's forget about this fook for now. Git status, add. Let's see, framework. What? No. Yeah, I think that'll work either way. What else? Did I do anything else with there's two of them. Favicon. I think that would work as well. Absolute URLs to the file, not the. Alright, let's go with it. does not exist. Okay, Git doesn't exist, so submodule fail for stackblitz. But I could just combine it into one and then just not update the framework from the stackblitz repo. So let's do that. A little annoying. I can just delete the framework and reclone it and then recommit it essentially. It's going to be kind of a pain, but yeah, I guess. Let's go get module. Where is this thing? Stackblitz. Get modules. Delete. And then public framework. Alright, so I think we need to do this here. cd public framework. And then rm get. I think I have to do this via the file system, code, stackblitz, public, framework, get, file. And it's supposed to be a folder. This one's a folder. Dot get. Weird. Super weird. But I'm just gonna delete it. No. Oops. What's going on here? I thought you could just delete the get file. Git ignore. Maybe when it clones it as a submodule, it does something different. Alright. Did I push? Oh no. I didn't push. Oh no, what have I done? That's bad. What were the changes that I had made? It was something in view, and something in Lib42. Let's see if I can recover it via framework core view. Yeah, actually, I don't think we wanted to commit that. And what was? Do we still have the Lib4? Alright, so I think. How do we do this? I think we can reinit it. cd public framework get status. What was that get file I deleted? I have no idea. Load. Let's just see if we can push it up. Okay. No, but we're in framework. And it's not tracking it properly. Yeah, let me see if I can get init. Okay. And then get remote add. GitHub framework. I think we just add this as a remote. Version. Push. Get branch. What the fuck? I want to be able to. Why switch? The heck? Alright, we're gonna add all of it. Alright, get, check out, master, image, let's get pull, get status, get branch, isn't there a remote tracking branch or something? Let's say get checkout B main. No. Let's just call it pull. Get branch. Yeah. Now get pull. Origin. Pull. Couldn't find remote route. Oh. Let's just do this. God damn it. Alright. It was a few files. We're just gonna look at them because Git is being retarded. App.js. Alright, let's I believe the framework site. Did I do that? It seems like they're there now. Let's go look at it. Core app. Yeah. We need to revert that and view. That's fine. Okay. So let's send this back view to we're just gonna do it in this one because I know this one's kind of working. Core view back to href. And I think the rest is fine. I don't know how that messed up so bad, but status add okay, and then fine. I'm gonna just delete the framework from the stack blitz. That's probably the cleanest thing here. Public framework delete. Continue. Gotta be fucking kidding me. It's because this is in here. onto these? Jesus Christ. Oh my god, man. Alright, we're gonna now clone without the get clone framework. Alright, get status. Modified new commits. Alright, so now I think what we're going to do before we commit this thing is we're going to delete the Git folder. So I guess when it gets added as a submodule, maybe it's part of the main DB or something, Git status, which would be kind of crazy because that means the entire code base is different, prone to bugs or whatever. But wait, what? It didn't. Why is it not tracking it? There's no friggin' way. It's still like a submodule or a link or something. Alright, let's ask. I'm trying to dump one repo into another. I deleted the Git or repo. But parent repo won't track it. Left it on pro. It's going to take for all day to respond, but let's see. Man, maybe it's because it was a submodule, but I deleted the submodule thing. No, it's not good anymore. Let's try this. Alright. Okay. So now we reload this thing and it reclones. And then it's gonna bomb out like it usually does, and we refresh, and now we have the framework. So, not ideal, but whatever. Let's see. Node server. Well, that's cool. Because now people can. This isn't a UI, this is a clickbait. So. So yeah, we can just new font. You can't copy it. Well, that's a loss. Can we not just copy paste? No way, dude. Wow. I mean, it's just such trash. Alright, I'm done for today. I can't deal with this shit. So much just fucking run around. Bait and switch.